have been really tired the other day if I didn't kill that one last boss, even though I had done everything else.
I must have put it.
I think that's the Dark Beast Parl that one-shots me every single time I enter the boss fight. How's it going? Just doing Chalice stuff currently, still. I mean, I could do the base game, but I want to get the O Flora thing to trigger one more time. The chalices are the easiest way to do it because they're the fastest things to load in and out of. I've just been trying to actually play the game in between coming back to the dream. She was up here earlier, but she wasn't doing the prayer, the 2%. It's basically, if a legendary was going to drop in like Borderlands 2, is your chance at getting her to say that frickin' that prayer. So rare. I can't go into the DLC or anything either, or else it messes with it. If you know what I'm talking about. Smack Hole Slim. Smack Ho Slim. No, I still need some... I need... That's a little bit... Why is
What are you trying to do?
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just playing the game more than anything.
Hello there.
How's it going?
I just been farming for good blood gems.
If you want the best ones, you gotta do it in the super cursed chalices. At least the ones that were specifically made for them. That's where I've gotten my best stuff out of. They're just impossible to complete. People think normal cursed chalices are bad. And you get one shot by everything, but... I didn't even know those could be in chests. In the coffins. There's still stuff that I haven't even seen in chalices. Oh, this is a lag room. There's too many particle effects. Oh, and there's another hunter. That's one of the reasons why it's also lagging. You really... Is this one not gonna use fire paper? Oh, there we go. I said it and it was like, oh yeah, right, I'm that guy. This chalice has an excessive amount of frickin' breakable items everywhere. And it's running at like 24 frames a second. Oh, and there's another... Oh my...
It is just hard finding a PvP match.
Yeah. In base game, yeah, it's impossible. Because people don't co-op in the base game, and the Bell Maidens don't spawn fast enough and regularly enough. In my opinion, even though I don't like invaders, if they wanted to make invaders more regular in Bloodborne, all they needed to do was give you a chance of when you're in online mode for every single time you spawn in a zone, even if a Bell Maiden isn't present. They're sort of like the doll in the Hunter's Dream. There would be like a 10 or 15% chance that a Bell Maiden would spawn anyways. It wouldn't spawn every single time, but it would at least make it so you could PvP in areas like the Cathedral Ward or like Central Yarnum, for example, an area where even though PvP can happen, it never happens unless people are trying to PvP in that zone. Like, unless a streamer is specifically going through that zone with a Bell Maiden active because they use their Sinister Bell. It's the only time it happens. Is there no way over here? If you're wondering why my game seems excessively dark, I have my brightness at 0. If it's too bad, you can just tell me to turn it up. But to be honest, even when it's at 0 brightness, I still think the game is a little bit too bright for its own good. What am I gonna do about these twins? Run!
Are you talking about the rotted and cursed chalices?
Well, yes, this one is specifically a rotted and cursed chalice, but no. I'm talking about the... specifically... the ones that are cursed, but have a question mark, menu text, question mark as one of their additional rights. That's normally a save... It's like a chalice that someone manipulated via save data to have an extra curse modifier on it. Sometimes it will show up as like 4 menu text question marks because the person just put 4 curses on top of one another. Because you can do that. Oh, they're standing in such an awkward way that it's... Oh. Bloodborne tracking. Whoa. God dang Bloodborne tracking. Why couldn't it be DS2 tracking? He's a freaking scum. You heal in my game? Aw, that uppercut has such a low distance. I need to remember to stop doing that with Ludwig's. Come on. I want to block one of your attacks. I want to Ooh, I blocked. There you go. That's something, if you didn't know you can do that in Bloodborne, you can actually do it with this weapon and the Kirk hammer. But this weapon, it actually will show a blocking animation if you get hit during it. It doesn't benefit you at all. It just drains all of your endurance, and then you get hit and punished to death like I almost did. It's just a cool legacy mechanic, I guess you would call it. This attack right here, the shove, that has block frames on it. Guard point, whatever you want to call it. And so you can do you can do a blocking animation which you can't forcefully activate yourself, even though it exists in the game files. Like in the game files, for example, if a bot who is using this weapon was allowed to do it, or if the player character was given the ability to do it, you could just hold the weapon in the guarding position like you would in a Dark Souls game. Because that code exists in Bloodborne, it's just not activated on most things. You were going to be able to block with the saw cleaver in some of the very early alpha versions of Bloodborne. You can look up a video called Project Beast, which was a legitimate released, like, early leak trailer for Bloodborne before it was even called Bloodborne. Abritus was in the clock tower where you fight Vicar Amelia in the base of the clock tower. You were going to fight Abritus there in that version of the game. And the lighting was completely different. The graphics hadn't really been smoothed out, and the frame rate and pacing people think is bad in like the final product of Bloodborne. But you go and watch the Project Beast trailer, I don't think there's a single point in that trailer where the actual frame rate gets above 20 frames a second. I could be wrong though. But I'm not even trying to say that to exaggerate. I'm just saying that that is literally how bad it was back then. Even the alpha network test that you got to play was more complete than Project Beast. Because at least at that point, they had a name for it. Just some fun factoids. In the Project Beast trailer, they also didn't have animations for holding the blunderbuss like the way that the character holds it currently, where they hold it out. In Project Beast, it's kind of glitched into the character's hand and they're kind of pointing it into the ground and stuff like that. There's a couple things that you can spot if you've played enough Bloodborne that are like immediately obvious between the final game and even the alpha. Again, the playable alpha that you got to play. I say playable alpha that you got to play. It's such a redundant, stupid sentence. Oh, fuck. I don't want these. No follow-up? You're being weird. Oh, that's gonna spawn a lick. Ooh, I do 4,000 now with my viscerals. Wow. Was that a good tempering? That's what I've been trying to get this entire time, is I'm trying to get... What? Is that what I got? Because I already had that in my inventory. Wait, is this a fucking... I think I know why I don't recognize a lot of this, because this is an ailing Lauren. This isn't a lower Lauren. I fuck this up all the time. And it's not even that hard to tell, because the skull in the picture is different. No doll. Rare event. Yeah, ailing Lauren. Fuck. It's a cool dungeon, though. It has a lot of... Why don't I... Go like that, you dumbo. So many cursed ones. I just want a normal... Fetid and rotted. I think I already did that one. Lyle. Sir Hobblesquash. I remember that name from last night. Hold on, let me go sell those. If you want to see an example of some of the higher quality gems that I've gotten, there's one right there, 65 arcane scaling. Just sucks the attack down on it, but it's only 3.6. So it's still one of the most effective scaling gems I have. I also have another 65 arcane scaling. That one's good because it's increased stamina costs, which is basically nothing. Basically no negative effect. As you'll notice, that will be the common theme with a lot of my gems, because I don't even use... I'll at most use one durability thing, but I just prefer having the increased stamina costs. I don't like the other negative side effects. $65 plus a 26% fire attack up. There's a somewhat decent one. Strength scaling 50. There's a decent one too, the 26. But again, it's weapon durability down. Most of these you'll find have just increased stamina costs as the only negative, if they do have a negative. There's another strength scaling one. In certain instances, the strength scaling one is worse than a percent gem, and in other instances, it's better. It just depends on what level the scaling was on the weapon already. Like, this is a B going to an S, whereas if you put it on a Logarius wheel, which is already an S, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't do a whole lot. Also go repair, because this weapon does have the negative on it. Yeah, 500 durability just in that one little thing. So I think I'll use this instead. I like my new outfit. It's the only outfit that the Gehrman pants match with. Because I don't even think Gehrman's pants match his own armor that he wears. He has like a burgundy red wine glass kind of pants. That's what I'm wearing right now. Is Gehrman's pants. You wouldn't assume it. If you saw it with this set the way it is, this set looks like it belongs with those pants. They blend so much better with the reds. Even using Gehrman's armor with the knight stuff, if you don't like the knight's leggings. It has that faded red kind of look to it. But I like being the king of the school. The master of Mensis. No. Shite. Fuck, it didn't... Oh, shit. What? Oh, God. And there's more over here, too? The darkness. Full of docks. You're supercharged. Give me good blood gem. No quicksilver bullets. No sage's hair. Give me good blood gem. Damn it. Fucking negative. Verse Kim down. That's a quick run. I might try and kill her a couple more times. She's what I'm looking for. I want a red buffed one of those, or a red buffed dog. One of the lycanthrope dudes. Werewolves. Let me... No, she got me that time. I wasn't fast enough. This is a nope moment. Good thing there's no hunters, because hunters chase you a lot farther with a lot more aggression. What the hell? That's actually lit over there. Lit. That's lit. Oh shit. She's like, revenge. Away. People who load back to Hunter's Dream to farm when it takes 6 seconds to bold Hunter's Mark. I feel so bad for them. I've seen people farm that way, and it like hurts me internally that they waste almost an extra minute every single time they want to reset a zone. Got him. Just making sure I didn't leave any loot in this room. See, there we go. Exactly the same gem, except for increased stamina costs. I'll do it a couple more times just to show the method. If you don't care about getting like the perfect like abyssal ones from Cursed and you just want ones that are still really good and that will do massive damage but won't give you that extra 30 to 50 that having a max one will. That's why I do the ones that aren't Cursed first. Even though I did do a bunch of Cursed stuff already. I was doing that more just to see all the different save-edited chalices. I need to get better at doing that. She's going to open up with that every time. Nope. Ooh, I'm getting good luck. I don't even have eye runes on. Ooh, a different extra effect, but attack versus beast down. It should be the same physical percent every single time. Why do I keep... The only thing that sucks about Bold Hunter's Mark farming, and will require you to go back to the dream if you're bad like I am, is you do use resources. And you don't get them back when you Bold Hunter's Mark, because it just resets the area. Ooh, that was a fire. I didn't even know. Is that this one? No, it must have been this one, because it's the same percentages as the physical. If only chalices were big enough to abuse level loading, but chalices don't have that because they're not that big, so most of the chalice stays loaded in at once. The enemies just get de-rendered at a distance, but they don't get reset. They don't get reloaded. It's one of the reasons why chalices again load faster than normal areas. Why does she sometimes run at me from so far away? You dead. It's another... I want the physical ones, not the fire ones. Don't you love that sometimes? That's a 5, so that's worse. I was going to turn on small resonant bell in the odd chance that someone actually was doing this chalice. But it gets reset every time you reload. They have such a large amount of active super armor. Alright. Enough of that. We'll find another one. Scoop. Fucking health got buffed. The thing was dead. Alright, she's gonna be a bitch to get. Especially if these guys are not gonna, like... I'm dead. Never mind. Through the grace of... Get around the pillar. Your pathing sucks. Whoops. Ooh. She gave me one too. That was just a normal one though. Eh. There's a lick down there. Oh shit. This is a weird combination of pieces with no benefit to anything. There's not even any loot down there. Oh god, I'm gonna drop right in front of the fucking lick. Didn't hear nothing. You heard nothing. Okay. Good. Holy shit, that was so fucking loud. That literally made my heart, like, flutter. Why'd you have to do that, dude? How didn't you die? He must have fallen off after he threw it. Is that a collapsible floor? Yeah, I fucking knew it. I wonder how much a Molotov hits him for. Meh. For 52 arcane, that's kind of meh. However much arcane. 54 arcane. I wonder how much it would have been if I had 99. Probably like 330 or some shit. It's not like it's gonna massively increase in damage. Oh, hello. I hate those attacks. You can't avoid them. Oh my god. Well, this is over. Oh my god, dude. Do you have to be the most annoying version of yourself? Get out of here. He's a boss I can't do well in Cursed Chalices. I don't know what it is about the way that those hitboxes work, but I can never dodge those frickin' tornado AoEs, no matter the direction. You just gotta either be far enough away or be on his ass. Pretty much no in between. Sorry, I was just grabbing a snack. It's like when I was playing Dark Souls 1 a month ago. Playing with the Claymore. Except for in this game, it's like a quarter faster. And no stupid up and down moveset. Well, I mean, I guess this counts. Who the fuck? That's like a sound effect the Beast Claw Hunter makes. Or like a spider enemy. Wow. Oh no! That's why it's hard to top weapons like the Claymore in any of the Souls games, because it's not even the fact it does a lot of damage or anything like that. It's just the moveset. Just having a flexible moveset is one of your strongest qualities in a weapon in any of these games. You need your left and rights. You don't really need up and downs, but there are definitely cases to be made in Bloodborne for having up and down attacks. For things like Amygdala and Abritus. But that's only really useful if it's a running attack that's up and down. So you gonna have a worm? No worm. Ooh. Might not have to go back to the Hunter's Dream. Yeah, I figured that one wasn't an illusionary wall. Oh, this is the room with the screamer in it. Screamers. Hello? Apparently didn't pick that up. Scaling matters. Nah, just blood gems. Only blood gems. Having good scaling don't mean shit in this game. As I try to tell everyone, you could have 99 skill and you're gonna have shit damage if you don't have a single blood gem in your weapon. It's not even like you're gonna have, like, oh, it'll be okay, you'll be dealing damage like you just started off the beginning of the game. Except for you upgraded your weapon to a +2 or 3. Because even off the beginning of the game, once you get the blood gems, the weapons start to take off in terms of the damage. Like having a +6 weapon with no blood gems in it versus a +6 weapon with blood gems isn't even comparable. I don't really have any good examples of that on me currently. .209 attack rating versus the fucking ridiculously... I can't even explain how the weapon gets that high of an attack. 822? How? It's combining the arcane attack together with it, even though it's not in this mode. I see. So it's actually only around, like, 600 something, 660. It's like, why does that damage seem so ridiculously high? Because even that... I'd say Ludwig should deal more damage on hit than that thing. Get a good example for what the strong weapons are versus the weak weapons. What's funny is, even though I know this has worse gems in it, the cane actually sits at a very similar attack rating for what it is. That's why I don't like it when people talk down about the cane like it's such a bad weapon. There are weapons that have way worse attack ratings in this game. I don't even ever think I've used the Tonitrus for more than a couple minutes. I don't think I have a single character where it's max upgraded. Just because out of all the weapons in the game, if you use the Tonitrus in Bloodborne, you are the definition of the most boring person that exists. Because this is all you get for a moveset. And you don't even get the good side-to-sides. The initial ones that are like this, where you can actually clear out enemies. No, it does the same thing that they did with the Moonlight Sword and made it have weird angles after the fucking third swing. So you can't even continuously hit a mob of enemies with it. What I'm talking about is this. The first two swings with this weapon are the Claymore. This is, if you've played any of the Dark Souls games except for Dark Souls 2 and Demon Souls, because those games have completely different animations in them entirely. But in 1 and 3, this is the Claymore swing. It even has the same recovery animation for pulling the sword back up onto the shoulder. If you go and look at any like gameplay of using the Claymore in DS1, it's the same exact animation, just slightly slower and not as fast. The ending of the animation in Bloodborne is like almost triple the speed. Because everything in those games does it. I mean, every attack in Bloodborne has like a flourish that your character will do when they put the weapon back on their shoulder. All weapons in all games do that to some extent. Just you never notice it because if you're holding a direction, your character doesn't do that. It just skips back to the walking animation. Or if you roll, it cancels out of it. But then you have these attacks. And this shit was added only in Bloodborne. Only in Bloodborne do you have those crooked angle, like infinity symbol attacks that your character does after the third swing. Which is fine. It doesn't actually impair the weapons left to right that much. But if you're dealing with short enemies, and there are short enemies in this game known as dogs, like any Souls game, that shit can actually cause you to miss certain enemies. Especially if you're aiming upwards with the attack, because then it makes the angle even harsher. When you're just attacking something that's ground level, your character is going to be swinging slightly down, so that's not going to be a problem. But if you're swinging at something that you're locked onto where the camera's tilted up, your character swings upwards. That's just how Bloodborne works. And most of the Souls games. I don't think that's how it works in Sekiro, though. Because some of the weapons in this game use the DS1 animations. But some of them, like this weapon, has proprietarily made animations specially for this. Even though there's one exception, and everyone knows this, and that's the katana running attack. Why you know do running attack? Oh, that's the wrong one. It's R2 in this game. That's right. It's actually faster than the R1. That's DS1, DS3 running katana, which the Rakuyo also has. This is just the DS3 hammer swings. DS3 hammer specifically, because DS1 has its own weird hammer swing. Same thing with axes. I believe this weapon shares an animation with another weapon. But I can't remember what weapon that is. I believe that weapon has no reused attacks. Same thing with the Beast Claw. Which is funny because those weapons are hard to get in terms of the game, and you'll very rarely see them, despite the fact they have some of the most unique animations. In terms of not sharing animations with already existing stuff in the previous games. Even the threaded cane. This is the... If you don't know what this is, these are modified mail breaker animations. From Dark Souls 1 specifically. Dark Souls 1, not Dark Souls 3, because the Dark Souls 3 mail breaker I don't think has that as a normal attack anymore. It has pokes, but it has the rapier moveset in that game. Whereas in Dark Souls 1, it had a unique stabbing attack that was like this ridiculously high poise break thing. That if you got hit by it, even though it did no damage whatsoever, if you had no poise, it would induce a state of stun lock in your character where you couldn't move. And you could actually, like, troll people in PvP with it as a co-op summon, because you can go up to them with the mail breaker and just stab them over and over again with this, like, it does the same kind of animation as this, except for the character kind of stops and pulls back halfway through doing it. It's kind of like more of like a shank kind of looking attack. But that's where this animation comes from. The way that the character holds his hand and everything in it anyways. Because, I mean, a lot of these things are just modified existing animations. But a good portion of them were also unique. Which I don't say it necessarily as a negative thing either. Like, one of the things that is arguably the best thing about Bloodborne is the fact it doesn't really have a rapier. This is the closest thing you get to a rapier. And not all of its attacks are thrust-counted attacks. That attack does not count as a thrust. That attack doesn't count as a thrust. These attacks don't count as thrusts. And that's all it gets. When transformed, that's all your attack animations right there, plus rolling. Because if you press R2, any button with R2 just makes the gun shoot. And then untransformed, you only get a thrust if you charge it. Even though it looks like Ricard's rapier, and in my opinion, even though I don't like the rapiers in the previous games just because of how gimmicky they are as a weapon, they're terrible for PvE, because if you get more than one enemy at a time, you're just fucked because you can't deal with two at once. Although they're great for PvP, at least in DS3, because of the R1 stun lock mechanic. That's fast. Oh yeah, I forgot this one also. The second animation is different. They're all slightly different than the normal things. But I was just going to say, it has a sound effect on its slam that none of the other weapons have in this game. I don't know why. Because see, it doesn't even make that sound with any of its other animations. Oh no, I need to be right back and then I'll do this. Boom hammer only. fucked up the glitch. Embarrassing. No, 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 no. I thought he was gonna do the fucking shoot the gun at my feet attack, which I hate the most. Wait, what the hell? It has no hitbox? When you glitch the attack out, it has no hitbox. No, he kicked me. He almost double kicked me. No, I forget that's a fucking full circle. He's got me. Does that... I'm seriously, like, I think that doesn't have a hitbox. When you do a jumping attack perfectly timed after a fully charged R2 with the boom hammer, I think it has 0 hitbox. Yep, it has no hitbox. How did no one ever find that out? So that's why it looks like it has fire on it, but actually it has nothing. There's no hitbox. Here, this is a great test enemy. No shit. Shiitake mushrooms. Yep, it has no hitbox. 1000% confirmed. Don't do a jump attack after a fully charged R2 unless you wait until the character's animation is fully out. Nope, that would have had no hitbox as well. Yeah, you can't do that. FromSoft needs to hire people like me. I wonder if that happens with other weapons too. Bad monster to try with. Hello? My HP bar. I turned her into a stumpling. I've never seen that before. I've never turned one of the long leg ladies into a short leg lady. What happened to your legs? Stand back up. Is it because you're on 1 HP? Stand up, lady. I saw your feet. Can I have your little your skull? Can I have your little skull cauldron? Please? That little incense burner? I want that as a decoration, dude. Is she gonna stand back up? So she's just gonna walk around on the ground now? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to turn you into a stump person. Ow, the counter hit damage. That's some real counter hit damage right there. Tentacle? Ooh. Tentacle parry is like parrying with a great shield. It just doesn't happen. Or exist. Because I don't think there is a single great shield you can parry with. But it's the only thing that can compare how slow it is. Was that... Wait. That was a pulsing circle. Yas. Thank you, Hunch Lady. I almost missed that, too. Wait, I'm going in circles now. I'm going mad. Wait, what way did I enter this room from? Definitely entered it from this way. Oh, I need to climb the ladder. I'm an idiot. Rapid poison rat. Otherwise known as a tumor rat. Oh, it's a tumor, it's a tumor, it's a tumor. Oh, it's a tumor. Oh, no. Ooh, nice. Needed those. Oh, shit! I didn't even notice. Were you in here with those fuckers this entire time? How did he not aggro on me sooner? All my frames. Those are all my frames. And now they're gone. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. How nice of you to show up. That guy, like, tripped on his shoelaces and smacked his face against the ground. What you get? Nice. Is that it? No, I should have fucking just waited. What a noob move. Well, piss. No, we are not going in hell thing again, because we know we don't need to go there. You can go down in Lagville, bud. That's where that guy came from. Shit. No! No! Fuck, there goes a million souls. Stun locked to death by a guy hidden in a corner that I didn't even know was there. Well, add that to the, like, 10 million counter or whatever that I had going. Whatever, at this point I'm just going to speed run to the chest. This is not the way. Yo, get out of my way. Motherfucker, you're the reason I even died in the first place. The only jumping attack that can hit you from the sides. Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Not even worth it either. Not dead again. Yeah. Stun locked. That is a terrible fucking room. yay, my favorite. What the hell happened there? Am I... Like, the animations went all fucking wonky for a second. I'm surprised I even managed to roll one of those AoEs correctly. Alright, let's sort through all that shit we just got. Oh yeah, I need to go put that pulsing circle in a gun. Alright. God. Rowena? Smooth. Break it down. Alright. No, I'm gonna get killed. I need some of the put through that weird filter that they use for the old hunters' voices. Wow, this is a Wolverine bonanza down here. Werewolf, not Wolverine. I know what things are. I'm not as stupido. There's no way to go here? It's just a room full of Wolverines. Yup. I said Wolverine again. Instead of werewolf. Ooh, a wolf. Where did that guy earlier? He was like, reh. There you go. There it is. Away. 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 Foul beasts. You plague-ridden rat. If I had the whip on, that would be so much easier to deal with this group of fucking enemies right now. Kane's bad, man. It's a bad weapon, dude. You shouldn't ever use the cane. There's every other weapon in the game, but the cane is usable. I'm one of those guys who makes a shit post about Bloodborne. About how the cane is bad on every first playthrough video that exists on the internet. No, I knew that was gonna be there too. Where is she? 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 She's right there. She's right there. Hitboxes, not WAV. Sharp foxes. No, not your highest damaging attacks, please. Anything but your highest damaging attacks. Cane. Give me cane or give me death. Oh, hello. This is Nightmare Room. Fire bullet if I sit too close to that. And get these bullet. These bullets. Fuego. Done. Insert the "you dirty rat" joke here. Hope. Game's bad. Okay. Hello? Bap. 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 Game's bad, I'm gay. I'm doing a South Park joke at this point. Gay. Where it doesn't sound like he's saying "okay" at all. Gay. Yes. Nope, Ferratu. That is an ouch and a half. That is an ouch and a half because you missed like an idiot. That is some amazing distance you covered there, lad. Wow. Got me again. No, no stun, lady, no stun, lady, no stun. No AoE, no AoE. No, she grabbed me. At least the grab. I can mitigate some of the damage. Let go. Oh, hello. Thanks. Blood gem, please? No. I wondered what that sound was. No, 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 no. Of course, you just give me bullets. Ooh. Fancy feast. Oh, hello. Round 2. What was the other direction? Whoa, excuse me. I couldn't even mute my mic because I couldn't, like, get control of my hand to even press the freaking switch. Sorry. That had no build-up as well, which is how my sneezes normally are. There's no, like, I normally just, like, it'll be like a half a second and then sneeze. You have a medical disorder. No. This is probably going to be abhorrent. Abhorrent, bloodletting, undead giant. Oh, no, it's the worst version, too. Oh, damn, I was hoping I would recover fast. close. No, you can't keep spamming that, you motherfucker. Stop! That is one of the most obnoxious attacks. Fuck that fucking giant version, dude. That version of the giant is the worst. I'd rather fight 20 fucking cannon giants than that one. That one giant specifically is the most annoying. Everything it has these bullshit weird double hitboxes which don't have... They don't have any relation to what the initial attack is doing. Sometimes they can be misaligned, is what I'm trying to get at. And it basically becomes impossible to avoid the attack. It's another one of those, you have to be far enough away from it or be close enough to him. And even then, sometimes if you're close to him, like I said, because the hitboxes are so inconsistent, sometimes you'll still die. Damn it. The second I heal and give myself a little bit of confidence is when I slip up. If I hadn't healed, I probably could have gone almost most of the fight without taking damage. So hoarse, dude. Get out of here. I just hate them in the same vein that you hate the bagmen off the beginning of the game. They always hit for half to 3/4 of your HP if you don't run 99 vitality like I do. They hit 800 and 900 HP in one hit. It's why people just get one shot by them over and over again. And then people laugh at me because They're like, oh, you're an idiot because you have 99 vitality. I'm so much superior because I have 60 strength, 60 skill, 60 arcane, and 60 blood tinge too. But I die in one hit. And those are the people that you meet on Reddit. I don't want to say that every single person on the Reddit is like that, because there's definitely good people that have been on there over the years, but there are a good portion of people when it pertains to Bloodborne, or really any Souls game, that will tell you everything wrong with your build without even considering the fact that you're either not trying to PvP, don't care about soul level, 3, are just trying to beat and or play the game as a person playing video games. And you'll ask a question and you'll get 30 answers for a question you didn't ask. Or it'll just be one well-written answer that makes the person go, oh, this is way too complicated. You either get the kind of person that's like me, where I'm like, and then I have a paragraph, or you're like people who are like, say a person is asking, where do I go to the, like, how do I go to the Nightmare Frontier? Or where does the tonsil stone say, like, what does it mean? If someone couldn't figure that shit out themselves, sort of thing. Because there are things like that online. There are, at least on the Bloodborne Reddit, there's probably at least 30 separate posts about, where do I go after I kill Vicar Amelia? Where do I go after I've killed Vicar Amelia? I've killed the witches. I went down the other path. Where do I go? I don't know how to explore. To be fair though, the game doesn't really tell you that the cutscene after Vicar Amelia, when you touch Lawrence's skull, is basically the game going, hey, the password was in that cutscene and you can go to the gate where the guy asked for the password now. The game doesn't go, hey, you learned the password. Dun 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 dun. So to be fair, I can understand why people don't know that, but also, those people didn't have to figure out where the fuck the basement key goes in BS1. Or how to do Siegmeyer's entire quest line. Because in order to do Siegmeyer's quest line, if you manage to even find and get through all sections of that quest line, if you didn't know Ash Lake even existed, then you never got to go to the end of his quest line. Even if you knew everything else. If you knew every single thing else about the game, but you didn't know about Ash Lake, you wouldn't be able to 100% the game. Even though Ash Lake is hidden behind a double illusory wall. And a giant frickin' fall pit, basically. That every game has one. Some games have 2 or 3 of them. Fucking Dark Souls 2, I think, has 3 or 4 different areas where it's just you have to fall down to progress here. And your only way to get back is either through a homeward bone or something else. There's no loop. When people wonder why, like, Dark Souls 2 feels like it has terrible design to it, that's because it does. Because Dark Souls 2 is built more like Neo is built. And that's not to say that Neo doesn't have a lack of design. It's that Neo's design went elsewhere. Whereas Dark Souls 2 tried to keep the original design while adding design in different areas that didn't go well. And to be honest, that same problem is in Dark Souls 3. You have so many dead-end areas in Dark Souls 3 that don't loop around or anything. When you get to Anor Londo, that's it. There's not even any shortcuts within Anor Londo. It's just you go up the spiral thing, you're at the top, you get the bonfire, and then it's pretty much just you walk up into the building to Aldrich with a couple little bits on the side, and the giant guy that falls off the frickin' roof. That's it. It's just like, I don't know. In my opinion, if Dark Souls 3 is anyone's favorite Souls game, it better be for the exclusive reason that it has really intense boss fights. Because if you say it's for like the level design or the thought that went into it, Dark Souls 3 is designed just as terribly as Dark Souls 2 is. The only difference being that they use relatable names. Instead of Majula, it's Firelink Shrine. Again. And then on top of that, they have the actual Firelink Shrine in the game, in a different area of the game in the DLC, where you have to walk into the place where Frampt would pop out to go to the actual Ring City. And it's just like, you can't sit there with a straight face and compare the design of DS1, which was an environment crafted before the game. Whereas in DS3 and DS2, they already knew what they wanted the game to be, but they had to lay it out along the way. And it kind of feels like Dark Souls 1 was basically you built a train system and then you put trains on it. Whereas Dark Souls 3 is they already had a train on a railroad, but the railroad had a dead end and they just had to keep building on pieces onto this dead end. And you just keep adding more and more chunks of railroad onto the game or onto the area. For example, if you want to run all the way to Anor Londo, say you wanted to run from the undead settlement all the way to Anor Londo, you can. It's just a long fucking straight walk through all the environment in a straight line, pretty much. There's no variety or anything to it. You go from the undead settlement, starting from where the frickin' chaos demon drops you at the top of the undead settlement. Starting all the way from there, if you walk all the way down, you walk past all of that stuff, you get past the bowl boys that try to chuck the bowls at you. You get to the elevator where Sigurd pops out. Sigurd pops out, you go down the elevator, you get past the frickin' Outrider Knight. You keep going through the little interim zone in between Farron Keep and Undead Settlement. You get to the start of Farron Keep where Henri's sitting. You go down through Farron Keep all the way to the other side up to where the Abyss Watchers are. Kill the Abyss Watchers, or if you've already killed everything, then if you're just running in a straight line, you go all the way down through the Catacombs of Karthus, past Wolnir's thing, out the other side to the start of Irithyll of the Boreal Valley. You go all the way up, you go to Anor Londo up the elevator, and then you go to Aldrich, and that's it. At no single point in time between the undead settlement and all the way to Anor Londo does the game loop around on itself. Not a single fucking point. The design in DS3 is almost identical to DS2. But even saying that, DS2 has areas where the game connects zones together. They're not very good, and there aren't that many of them, but they at least exist. But it's very similar to this. It's similar to Dark Souls 3, but except for everything being laid out in a straight line like a railroad. In Dark Souls 2, everything is stacked on top of one another like a giant fucking lasagna. So all the map textures are just a shitty two-dimensional skybox with very little detail stuck over a tiny globe of terrain. So that special part of terrain looks different and you can't see what is another zone floating above you, basically. Because all of Dark Souls 2 is actually contained in a relatively small area. And the actual map of Drangleic that's in the building is not at all representative of what the actual level design is. If you, there's a couple old posts, I wouldn't know where you'd find them, but you can go and scour the Reddits or something for people who pulled out the terrain maps for Dark Souls 2, where it shows, like, basically from a super zoomed out perspective what all the basic terrain structure looks like for the game. And you can just see how, if you look at Dark Souls 1, like, terrain structure, you basically have a bunch of loops, interconnected loops, that go up and down and left and right, and in all directions, pretty much, from the start of Firelink Shrine. You have all of these different directions that all interconnect with one another all throughout the game. And then when you look at it from from the actual, I can't remember what you call it, the surface map or whatever, when you're just looking at the base texture file of the game with not texture file, but I can't remember what the actual name for it is. It's like a static map file. There's no textures, no heavy details. It's just like basically a white outline of everything. There's a couple pictures of it. Again, if you scour Reddit or Google, you'll be able to find pictures of what I'm talking about, and it will show you that, like, Dark Souls 1, just from looking at it from an outward perspective, if you had never played the Souls games, you could be like, that one is clearly better designed. It's just like a roundabout versus a four-way intersection. Dark Souls 2 and 3 are four-way intersections. Dark Souls 1 is a roundabout. And it's why people have such a fond likeness of Dark Souls 1, despite the fact that, like I say, every single time I play it and I talk about it, I have to remind people how poorly designed the end of the game is. Where, despite the fact it has this marvelous, like, first half of the game, the first half of Dark Souls 1 is the best Souls experience. I don't care what anybody says in terms of that. And what I mean by that is, once you get to the point where you're going up to Anor Londo and the game disconnects itself. That's Sen's Fortress is basically the cable in which you get disconnected from the looping part of the game. If Dark Souls didn't have Anor Londo in it, or had an area where you went up to Anor Londo that then had a shortcut back to the bottom, which then somehow the Duke's Archives had a deep section in the archives which then connected back to the normal game through an underground tunnel, then it would be cooler. But that is where the design starts. Because, like I said, the whole idea of the Dark Souls 1 city was based on a similar thing that they based the Demon Souls Boletarian Palace out of. That was also a ringed city surrounded by giant walls. And they wanted to take that concept even further and realize it to an even greater extent. And that's what Dark Souls 1 is. Dark Souls 1 is literally just a ring, 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 ring. And it just keeps going outwards as far as the game lets you see it. And a good portion of that stuff that you can see in the distance in DS1, if you didn't already know this and you're a Souls fan, most of that shit is 3D modeled. It's not a 2D texture like what most games use. Most games, like Borderlands and all that kind of shit, stuff that's really far away in the background, it's normally a fucking 2D texture. Just a flat Doom sprite, basically. Bloodborne doesn't do that. Dark Souls doesn't really do that. And you could say that's for the better and for the worse. Like, you wouldn't know from this far away that those are 3D modeled. But those are 3D models. Those are full 3D. You can go all around them and everything like that. That, however, and this is a weird anomaly in Bloodborne. Again, if you don't already know this, the moon is 2D in the Hunter's Dream, although pretty much everywhere else in the game, the moon is actually a 3D object. But in the Hunter's Dream, this specific profile of the moon is a 2D picture, and it's actually not floating that far away from the player character. If you were to use a distance as a gauge, the second layer of pillars out there, so the pillar that's right above my character's head, that pillar is about how far the actual moon is out there. And if you look at it for long enough, you'll kind of see how that actually lines up. It's why a good portion of the clouds don't actually go in front of the moon, they go in back of the moon. If you didn't ever notice that. Because some people don't. Again, you have to pay attention to nonsensical details to ever notice these kinds of things. But yeah, the clouds go behind the moon. And you can kind of see it as well if you move around. Because the sprite doesn't follow you. It stays in the same position, and you're not moving around it. Granted, you don't get to move far enough in the Hunter's Dream to really see that, but yeah, it is a flat picture. And it's not that far away. Like I said, if you wait and watch these clouds, the clouds go behind the moon. I mean, you can already see the skybox clouds in the background are behind the moon. Which is weird, because in Dark Souls 3, and I assume in Bloodborne and early versions of it, they actually had dynamic lighting systems by which the moon would be obscured by clouds and stuff like that. There was environments and shit, or not environments, but there were skybox modes, or different ways that you could change the background to represent that. And the moon would be all like blocked out. For example, that was going to be one of the... If you performed one of the bonfire rituals in Irithyll, the Boreal Valley, in like the alpha versions of the game, the skybox would change to a dark black color where the moon would be like almost blurted out. Whereas in the final game, it's a lot brighter and everything in the Irithyll Valley. To its advantage, because it would have literally just looked like a Bloodborne place, because they used a good portion of the Bloodborne brickwork for the Cainhurst Castle to make that area of the Boreal Valley. I say they use similar brickwork. They didn't use exact similar textures, but the stylization of the buildings and the way that they're put together are almost identical. The only difference with Irithyll is the buildings are like a gray-white slate kind of color, whereas in Bloodborne they're obviously more of a darker gray, almost brown color because of the wood mixed in with all the stone. Whereas Irithyll is just straight stone. Or the wood is very light color as well because of the snow on it. Although, when I say this kind of stuff, it's not like, again, only someone who has never played these games or gotten into them, and even people I've met who have never played a Souls game know some of these things about these games. Because there are already lots of videos covering this kind of stuff, and it's part of the reason why I know it. I didn't figure this stuff out for myself. I don't have the ability to do that. If I did, I would spend pretty much all of my time doing that. Just for the fun of it. I love that kind of stuff when it comes to video games. Finding out how developers piece stuff together, and then also just sitting there scratching my head like, why didn't you just do this? Or why did you do this but not this? Like, there's one specific part of Bloodborne where the background textures are 2D textures. And I guess that must have been because wherever they were was it just wasn't good enough. I believe it's in the Hunter's Nightmare, if I remember correctly. Like, my main question is just, like, out of just sheer space and stuff like that, why don't they just cut half of the cut content out of the actual game? I've never understood that. I'm not saying that I hate the fact that we get to be able to see the cut content, because that in and of itself is a unique thing to, like, the Souls games for the most part. Not that other games haven't had cut content that has been revealed. It's just the Souls games has probably the biggest community surrounding people who actually want to find that out. But I just wonder why they'd leave it in. There's probably at least 2 to 3 gigs worth of information in Bloodborne that your player character doesn't even get to access or be near in the game. Between, like, developer testing levels, cut assets, assets that aren't used a whole lot but are still in the game files. Like most developers, though, they take the smart way out of doing stuff with a in-engine boss spawning and stuff like that. In order for there not to be lag or have to render in anything, everything is always rendered in at once, regardless of what state you're in. In terms of, like, bosses and stuff like that. Or enemies that transform into bosses, they always have their boss hidden nearby. The actual thing that they turn into is always on the map. Like, Vicar Amelia's thing is always there. Same thing with the statue that gets covered in blood in the cutscene. It's always there, even though once you get out of the cutscene, the statue that is covered in blood isn't the one that's in the room, because they hide that statue underneath the ground. Even though it's an exact copy of the statue that's above the ground. It's just the cutscene triggers the models to be swapped. And a proper timing of the swapping of the models is what creates the illusion of the blood splattering on them. Because it's not dynamic or anything like that. Well, I don't want to say dynamic, but it's not. The blood isn't animated to splatter on there, as much as it seems like it is. It's already on the thing. It's just, in the frame where the splatter is to occur, it gets swapped out for the other thing. If you slow it down in a frame-by-frame manner, you can see it, but again, you don't see anything happen with the model besides just the texture of the blood being there. It won't be there 1 second, and then the next frame it's there. sort of shit. Gascoigne transforming, the beggar transforming, all of those, their models for their transformed state are rendered in underneath the map. Although, again, that's not unique to Souls games. A lot of developers do this in a lot of games. If you don't want there to be loading before a cutscene, for example, you have to do that. Because what it basically does is it skips the need of rendering the monster in, because the monster's already rendered in. It's just deactivated and ready to be summoned when that moment or trigger spawns it in. Like, when the beggar transforms, their models just swap positions. And the human model for the beggar gets put underneath the ground. Same with Gascoigne. When Gascoigne dies, or when Gascoigne swaps into the monster form, they just teleport the human form underneath the ground and teleport the beast form above the ground. That's why whenever those things transform, they put that bright cloud particle effect so you can't actually see what's going on. Because the only thing you'd see is Gascoigne's model or the beggar's model snapping out of existence, and then you'd see the big monster snapping into existence. Because they don't have transformation animations. Even Vicar Amelia doesn't transform into the monster. They just warp her model all weird and disgusting, and then use the shadow of the actual model of her monster to create the illusion that she's transforming, which is why it's all done via a shadow and you don't get to look at it. Because they basically just swap halfway through the cutscene is basically like a Penn and Teller magic trick, where it goes from the one scene where it shows her reaching down for the amulet and then she screams and like kind of reels backwards, to the next scene where they bring the actual monster model out and show it with its back all hunched in and weird, when they actually have the model completely manipulated in this like weird U shape. So the model is kind of like unfolding itself in a way. So it looks like she's transforming into it, but it's just a switch. By that point, the model for the girl is gone. It's out of the camera, off the cutscene, pretty much. And then when the cutscene finishes, it teleports it away so you don't get to see it. It teleports it to where Vicar Amelia, the monster, actually was standing before they swapped the positions. It's a cool thing because not many games have explored trying to transform monsters, and making actual dedicated animations for a monster like actively transforming on the fly is not only time consuming, but it also requires like an animation by which a person is basically uninterruptible. And so instead of just having that, they kind of went with the easier, cheap route, which is fine. That's what the whole smoke particle effect is for. It's basically like when a wizard throws the smoke bomb on the ground and then disappears, but all he did is just move 2 steps to the right. Sort of shit. It's like the frickin' videos that you see when people do with their pets, where they hold up the sheet in a doorway and then drop the sheet and move to the left a step or two as the sheet's dropping. And the cat or animal is just like, what the fuck? Where'd he go? I do enjoy learning about that kind of stuff when it pertains to these kinds of video games. hopefully one day they'll get to a point when developing games like this that they can actually finish most of the content and bring it to a realization, because I honestly think Bloodborne would have been a better game if so much of the content wasn't cut out of it just for the sheer fact that it tied it to Demon Souls. Like, pretty much anything to do with a guy saying Umbasa, or a character having to say anything to do with, like, church prayers or anything outside of a couple odds and ends with the people that you interact with in the windows. There was supposed to be a lot more dialogue in the opening sequence of Bloodborne. But the developers, I can see why they would remove a good portion of it. However, it doesn't help with the intro of the game and explaining to the player at what is even going on. Because that's what the starting of Bloodborne was going to be, a lot more dialogue. Probably about 5 to 10 minutes of just standing around talking to NPC. And the clinic was going to be more fully open and more explorable off the beginning. And stuff like that. And I probably would... And I think most people probably would have enjoyed that version of Bloodborne more in the long run. Because Bloodborne kind of starts in the literal definition of throwing you into it. And they pull, like, the Demon Souls thing, which is, like, the typical... Except for they have no build-up to it because they took out the build-up. They took away the build-up of the dream and the transfusion and the fact that your character was asleep for, like, a month after getting the transfusion and waking up. There was going to be a whole, like, side quest kind of storyline that never got finished with Lawrence, because you were actually invited to Yharnam by Lawrence. And he was supposed to be your, like, compatriot for a while. But they never finished that. To the point where they never even made a model for Lawrence. They never made him a human model. So, in the cutscene in Bergenworth, it's just Mikolash. It's not even Lawrence. It's not like it's an important detail either, because they were both from the same school. Initially, anyways. But then Mikolash went and formed the School of Mensis. Because in the cutscene, for like a half a second, you can see a person walk up to the side of Willem's chair, and they're wearing the armor that I'm wearing right now. They're wearing the student armor.
Well, good. Very well, Ned.
Sure, let's just go with the thing that does nothing. I like leveling up resistance in Dark Souls. My favorite stat in Dark Souls 3 is luck. Post-nerf. because it's bad. I'm sorry. Even I hate that joke. This room again. That shit has so much homing.
Fashion is on point tonight.
Is it? I don't know, there's no good hats in this game that go well with the student garb. Besides, like, the cage, but that's too much of a goober.
I think it looks cool.
That's the only part I don't like is the crown. But it is the crown of illusions. In case you're wondering what 3 pieces it is, it's Gehrman's pants, the knight's gloves, and the red student uniform. The one that Mikolash wears. Nicolas Cage. There are a lot of things in video games where it's like, that's a coincidence, right? But Nicolas Cage, that had to have been like a purposely crafted inside joke. I refuse to believe anything other than that. Whew. I hate those things. I like the cane because it's the closest thing you get to having a chain on your arm in this game. When your character uses it like that, that's what it looks like. Just die. He's glad I didn't away, or else he would have freaking gone up in smoke. Away! 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 No, not this. Anything but this. I'm dead. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. Oh, God. I mashed enough. Let me out. Let me out. Away! Away! Burn! Oh, hello! Let me just burn that. And we'll get out of here. Hello, rat. You plague-ridden rat! No, that's a double. Make it trouble. Wow, swifty. Stop super armoring. The tracking on that is insane. Oh yeah, this troll loot that spawns sometimes. It'll get you stuck. Yeah. There we go. No! Actually, let's just go Beast Cutter. Fire Snipe. Tentacle parry. Get tentacle scoped. Is that me? Am I playing that guy? Too? Never mind, he used a drink thing. He used like a blue elixir or whatever. Oh, there he was again. That guy's been showing up a lot. Stop doing that. You're being a real pisser, aren't you? Fucking Nugan on a fucking platform, like what? Nugan. Head Nugan. I don't think it's possible to avoid that jump attack. God, will you let me past you? What the fuck is going on? I'm dead.
Is this DLC?
No. This is called what it would be like if a Code Vein boss was in a Souls game. I can't even tell how the hitboxes hit me. No, too early. The frame rate is what fucks me there, because the frame rate lags and then it takes longer for him to cast it. If you're really close to him when he does that. There we go. What makes you think this is DLC? He's my least favorite third floor boss to fight in Lauren Chalice's.
Because I never fought this boss, only did Dark Beast Pearl.
They're the same boss, it's just a different name. In the chalices, it just has way more HP. Things you should be questioning are my, like, weird chalices that are here. You want to see something? Hold on. Actually, let me spend my souls, because if I go into those, I can't get my souls back out of them. So let me, level up or something to get rid of these.
Welcome. Very well. Farewell, good hunter.
Yeah, this one. So if you've never seen that thing before, have you seen this thing before? It didn't do its scary attack.
So the chalice bosses take more damage than normal bosses?
The late floor ones do, yeah. How did someone get a fucking message up there? What? What the heck? Those must be holdovers from other chalices that this shares similar data to. Oh god, I got my character stuck. There we go.
And no, I never did any of the chalice dungeons.
Well, this isn't a normal chalice dungeon if you haven't already realized that. There are quite a few more that are like this one, but this one you can at least get out of. But your only way of getting out of it is by doing this. But hold on, I'll put on the monocular, because if you fall without the monocular, then your camera gets like pulled down, and I want to be able to see when I'm falling. I want to look back up and see if there's more of this, so I want to fall like this. Nope, it's just those two rooms. Well, I'm supposed to be looking through the monocular right now, but because I'm falling and this game is weird, I'm actually able to turn it independently of my character. Oh my god, this like actually makes me feel like I'm falling. That should teleport me back to the Hunter's Dream. That was a cut content boss, by the way. That boss doesn't show up anywhere in the actual game. It was cut out of the game because it wasn't finished. Same thing with this boss. Zully the Witch, the person who created these chalices, is a person who's famous for data mining and modding. And he was able to come up with a way to spawn in some of these cut content bosses in a manner in which you could access them and fight them. Let me out! Don't hurt me! This is another cut area of the game. I was in it yesterday, but I'll show it off again just for the sake. Oh my god. I forget this thing just deletes your fucking HP bar. Don't do it. My greatsword. That's why there's no health bar or anything on the screen. This was a cut version of the moon presence. That was to be fought at the end of the game as a third phase. Oh shit, that's gonna hit me. Yeah. Holy crap, that does... What you don't realize is that is doing... That is doing like 1,800 damage. You don't even get any souls for it. It's more so just a personal challenge kind of thing. And then you can just look around this unused environment. You can't access it anywhere else in the game. It was supposed to be like the Moonside Lake, if that wasn't obvious. Or like the beach in the Hunter's Nightmare in the DLC. Yeah, I'll give you a good look. This is just a default, like, JPEG skybox. That was supposed, like, where all those roots are coming from is suspected. It was supposed to be like a giant building or, like, basically a chalice superstructure in what it would look like. There's also another cut content thing that I can show you from here that is kind of hard to show in any other aspect of the game besides the chalices, because it's the only place where they exist still. But you see that little ghost out there? That's a warp chair ghost. That was for the cut content in the game in which instead of using a lantern to teleport, you would use a chair and you'd sit in it and you'd always have a ghost of your character in that chair. But that was cut, but he still exists in the game files. And that's him down there. It's a warp chair ghost, but currently the only way out of here, again, is to kill yourself. Oh wait, shit. I need to... Kill yourself via gravity. You have to fall to the bottom of the map. Oh yeah, I forgot. This has a hallway. The skybox texture got really low res. No! Away! Well. But yeah, if you want to explore those yourself or just check them out in your own game, the chalice glyph is on the screen right there. This is the one to the first monster that you saw me fight. The wolf beast thing. Its actual name in the game files is Great One Beast. Like the Great One Reborn, except for the Great One Beast, is what it was supposed to be called. And it has a projectile attack that has no animation or feedback to it. So, if you go and fight it, and it makes a roaring sound, make sure you spam the fuck out of the dodge button, because an invisible homing projectile is going to be coming your way. And it does a lot of damage. Because these things aren't balanced for normal gameplay. They were kind of balanced for endgame. Especially that Moon Presence one that you just saw me fight. That thing will one-shot 90% of characters. The only reason it wasn't one-shotting me is because I have 99 vitality. But yeah, here's the one for the Moon Presence as well. There's also other cut chalice dungeons that you can access if you want to. If you're not interested in doing the normal chalices, the only prerequisite in order to do these chalices are having entered the first chalice. So all you need to do is place down the first chalice, if I remember correctly, and then you can search for other chalices. And you put in the glyph and you can get these, because these are depth 0.
I see that. You health is max, but the look of it.
Yeah, it is max. And as you saw, it was almost one-shotting me. So, if I'd put on the 15 and 10%, I can get up to 2400 HP. But I like having the double claw mark. Let's see, 2400. You get 2500 if you put all 3 health runes on, but then you're sacrificing a lot for 100 extra health. And it's worth it. Health is not just health in this game, it's also your Estus upgrade.
Welcome.
I still haven't gotten the rare 2% chance doll thing yet. After defeating Rom the vacuous spider but not going into the hunter's nightmare, which is this area right here, the DLC, she has a 2% chance to recite a prayer. And I say this like 20 times every single stream, but I just say it just in case someone doesn't know. And she'll be standing right where she's standing right now, except she'll be asleep, and when you walk up to her, she'll mumble a prayer. And it's only a 2% chance after you kill Rom the vacuous spider. The hunter's dream has to be in this state, this red and blue sky. I like having maximum health for the Chalice dungeons. Again, less for the health, more because blood vials heal for percentage of your maximum health. Even if those last 30 levels of vitality only give you 200 extra health, 200 extra health on a 40% heal that's maximum health based is an extra 150 health or 100 health per blood vial. Because the higher it gets, the more the blood vial heals. For example, when you have 2400 HP with the 2 HP runes, your blood vial is healing 1100 health a blood vial. You're healing for the entirety of a normal character's HP bar if they only keep vitality at around 25 to 30. And you don't gain that much benefit over having a ton of scaling stats outside of Arcane. The only thing that gives you really good damage in Bloodborne are gems. Without good gems, you're not going to deal good damage. And the only good gems come from chalices. Fire weapon with a plus 393 on it. Also, another thing I always try to recommend people is get a healing weapon. It may not heal for a whole lot if you don't get the proper jewels and stuff for it, but here, I'll do some damage to myself. This is close to the most amount of HP regen you can have a second. Close to. I'm missing like 5 or 6 per second. It's not that impressive, but if you're just running around or just waiting, or you're a patient person in general, it is not bad healing to have a healing weapon. Especially when the bow blade is arguably the worst weapon in the game. Just on a statistical and functional level. You can't aim it manually. You can only aim it when locked on. It doesn't do a lot of damage, even when you're built specifically for it. People think the cane is the worst weapon in the game, and I like fucking laugh at every frickin' person that says that. Oh yeah, that's right. I can't repair. That's my chalice, right? Yeah. I still need better waning gems. I guess I have to do cursed. Where's that one that had the place name? The question mark, place name, question mark. Is that one still here? Damn it. What's your extent of doing chalice dungeons? When you say you haven't done them at all, you mean you literally have never done them? Because honestly, that's like a huge missing out in content. Getting through the shared fixed chalices at the start of the game, I'll admit, can be a little daunting if you don't know what to look for. For example, there are rooms that you are pretty much required to find in the base game that I can't really show you in this area, but in these zones right here that are in between where the actual chalice starts and the first lantern, these like blue lit areas that have nothing in them will sometimes have an orange door with like a spider thing on them. And you have to go through those doors and find the chest at the end and pick up all of the materials in that chalice. If you don't pick up all the materials in the chalice and the materials that are available in the base game as you normally progress, like the red jelly that's in the lecture hall and stuff like that, you won't be able to create the chalices as you get them. But due to the marvelous work of save editors, there is actually a possible way for you.
I haven't even defeated Martyr Ligarius.
There is a possible way for the player to skip having to go through each of the individual chalices by going through
I find him a little hard.
By going through what are called false death chalices. Have you tried parrying him? If so, make sure you parry him up close and you get rid of the sword. The buff he applies to himself is very hard to deal with, so always get rid of that frickin' sword. It can be locked on too and shit like that if you hadn't already figured that out. If you're using the blunderbuss, swap to the pistol. The blunderbuss has a very hard time parrying him due to the way the pellets work with the blunderbuss. I don't know if you have been parrying at all, but I would highly recommend it. Although there is something to be said for beating the bosses that can be parried without parrying them, as the humanoid enemies in Bloodborne are among the hardest ones to beat without doing that. You don't have the choice when beating beast bosses, but beast bosses you honestly don't need to parry them. There's only a couple beast bosses which give me any trouble. One of them is the headless blood-letting beast. Spoilers, I guess, because you haven't fought the chalice bosses.
So I should use the other gun to parry Ligarius?
If you have the blunderbuss, yeah, buy the pistol in the Hunter's Dream if you can. It doesn't need to be upgraded. The damage isn't important, and upgrading doesn't affect how good it parries. He's pretty easy to parry. If you get him to go into a combo with his sword, you can just kind of do a back step and then press L2. You don't even necessarily need to time it super well. most, like 1 out of every 3 times, as long as he's in the middle of that combo chain. It's such a spam happy combo that he does with the one-hander, which is really just, if you want to know one of the things that is still a reference to Demon Souls in this game, because I was talking about that earlier, how they cut a lot of the Demon Souls stuff out of Bloodborne before it came out because they didn't want the games to have like confusing tie-ins or some shit. So almost everything to do with the original Demon Souls aspect of Bloodborne is gone. But there are some remnants of it still in the game. For example, Martyr Logarius' offhand sword and main weapon that he uses are both very close replicas of weapons that existed in Demon Souls. The pick I can't remember the name of, but the sword, he is wielding Demon Brant. If you look up Demon Brant on like your phone or something like that, if you're not already watching this on that, if you look up what the Demon Brant looks like from Demon Souls, you'll see exactly what I mean. It's not even like, oh, it's kind of the same. It literally is the same sword. They basically just copy and pasted it and made it higher definition. Sorry, I'm waiting for something to finish on my stove, so I'm just taking a break for a second. I already did take a break earlier, but whatever. It's easier for me to talk when I don't have to play at the same time. When I have to play at the same time, every sentence comes out like this because I'm thinking. I would recommend doing the Chalice dungeons even if you haven't yet. The ones that you get at the beginning of the game are very easy, and you'll be able to steamroll through the first 2 to 3 layers. You should be able to get to layer 3 pretty, or not layer 3, depth 3. Sorry, I mixed those two terms up. A depth is a difficulty layer, pretty much. Depth 5 are the chalices that I'm doing. They're the hardest chalices. And you can get the other chalices through less legitimate means. And I'm not talking about hacking. They're legitimate in the sense where you can spawn it in the game. Not through the use of a cheat engine or something like that, though. No save editors or anything. It's just there are a group of people who did what... They basically made a save file with a specific type of modified chalice on it, that then they went onto the save file and shared that chalice onto the servers. And that's why you can access weird chalices like that. And there are chalices that... Sorry, snowplow going by. There are chalices that are known as what are called false depth chalices. And the false depth chalices are basically the chalices that you would normally get at like depth 5 or 4, but available at depth 1. So you can go to them immediately. You can, like, from the very start of killing Bloodstarved Beast, you can place the first chalice down and then have access to endgame blood gems that are in the 20% plus like range. It's just the difficulty is in killing the mobs, because the mobs in a depth 5 chalice have 3 to 4,000 HP. As much HP as the cleric beast when you start playing the game, for example. That's about how much HP a regular mob has in a depth 5 chalice. A big mob anyways, not a small mob. They only have around 1,000 or so HP. Depth 5 chalices are equivalent to like NG plus 2 or 3 in terms of the base game difficulty. Which is why they're advantageous to go to, because you get thousands upon thousands of souls if you can manage to kill the enemies that are in there. Even just the basic run enemies will give you like 7,000 souls each. Like what I'm killing right now, and what you've been seeing me get like hundreds of thousands of souls from clearing out. You can do that stuff right now on your character if you wanted to. All you have to do is literally go to the Hunter's Dream, place down that first ritual chalice, load into it, load back to the dream, and then I believe you can search by chalice. Or not search by glyph, but you can just search from the list of chalices like you saw me doing. And you can just spawn in one of the save-edited chalices. Hold on, actually, I'll show you what that would look like. So what you'd do is you'd go here and you'd place down this chalice, this first one right here. And you'd go inside of it, and then you'd load back to the Hunter's Dream and go to another ritual altar. Which one, it doesn't matter which one, they all function the same. They're just slots, basically. The only one that doesn't function the same is the one at the front here, which is used for co-oping and PvP. And finding dungeons. You can find weird save edited and hacked chalices through doing this, but some of the chalices that you can find through the quick search you cannot escape from, meaning your character would be stuck there forever. So do be careful. If any dungeon you see has the name ? Place name ? Be very careful to go in that glyph unless you know what that chalice is ahead of time. Otherwise, stick to normal chalices. Stick to ones that are listed normally, that you can find through this function. Don't use this function down here to find chalices to explore, because this can sometimes spawn chalices that, again, are bad, that you don't want to get your character in. I'm trying to show an example here, but I don't know if it'll happen. It's very rare. I'll do it another time. But what you want to do is you'd want to go here and you'd want to change your thing over to root chalice, or I believe you can even just search like this. Oh God. Yeah, see, these ones right here, these are the ones you want to look out for. Oh God. What the fuck, man? I'm gonna have to try some of those out. Not on this character, because I don't want to lose this character. Louis Lumenwood. What the fuck? This doesn't even have anything. Yeah, no. You don't want those. You do need the root chalice, apparently, to have the ones to show up that you want to actually go into. And then you're going to want to come down here. Zully? I'm actually curious on what this one is, if Zully put it there. Zully is the one that has these ones down here. I might regret this. That's another thing that you also need to know, is just like what people's names are in the community. Because you want to avoid certain people's chalices. Like I said, they are chalices that were not finished or not complete in the game files, but people managed to load them in through save editing. So you can go into them even though you didn't edit your save data, but they edited theirs. They hacked their game, and by proxy, you can technically do the same to yours without having to actually have the tools to do so. Yeah, so this is just a normal chalice. Wait, what difficulty are the enemies, though? Oh, so they're normal difficulty. Yeah. That's just a normal... This is a normal save-edited chalice. There's no glitch, no weird shit going on here. Out of any game in the Souls franchise, Bloodborne has the most interesting background and like player interactivity with the game files. I mean, like, PC Dark Souls obviously has mods, but that's like the closest thing you can get to mods on console. And actually, hold on real quick. What I want to do is I'm going to go on to one of my other characters that I don't care about getting trapped in a freaking dungeon forever. And I'm going to try and load into one of those chalices. And see what happens. Here, let's go with Dorbo. My first character. Made all the way back in 2015. Oh my god, I'm at the fucking start of the game? Oh, this is my character that's the first videos on my channel currently. Ludwig gets stomped and stuff like that. This is that character. Excuse me, bud. You can see a recurring theme with all my characters. 99 vitality. Gulp. It's always scary going into a save edited chalice. You never know what you're gonna pop up in. Oh, so this is just normal. Cool. What chalice is this really, though? Hello? This is a normal chalice. Is this gonna crash my game? Oh God. These are the ones you want to avoid. Like, alert, do not go into these. Anything that is not in the 1 to 5 is scary. Like, this may not even load. What the fuck is this? Is this just a normal chalice? You have got to be fucking kidding me.
Thanks for the info.
So far, I've been pretty okay. I just want to see if the boss is anything different, because this is just pretty much a normal chalice. Hold on, I have to... I'll be muted for a little bit.
He was weak.
Yeah, he had no health whatsoever. This one wasn't spawned in by Zully. It doesn't have the chair ghost either. See, this is what happens to the camera if you don't use the monocular. You can't move it at all. It's a long fall, man. This one I might not be able to get out of. I know I keep saying that, and you're probably just like, oh, sure. But trust me. What the fuck? How many different versions of this? Oh, this is just that thing again. Is this version tougher? I just made a frickin' Demon Souls Drake sound. Yeah, it's the same one. How many people spawned that in? Or more importantly, how many people have access to the tools to say that it's shit in this? Zolies were the only ones I knew about for the longest time. I was hoping that was the cut fire demon, because there's another cut boss that I haven't been able to find in any of the cut chalices yet. Because most of the ones that you can find him in, you can't spawn in because they have no glyph. Because they're literally just like a room disconnected to another room, or something like that. If you could think of the chalice ritual table with all the different possible chalices with a bunch of different numbers, there were a couple number combinations which aren't able to show up in the game because they were dev testing sites and stuff like that. And those are what the people are after. And so that's what a lot of these are. Or, like I said, were incomplete or cut content. Is this one the dog beast this time? Wait, what the fuck? Those actually gave souls. Does this have Ghost here, man? Nope. Weird how only Zoe's has that. Sorry, I keep muting and unmuting my mic. That was a weird one. That's the Thumerian queen, but that was specifically only her ghosts, not the real queen herself. That's a real boss that you fight in the chalices. That's not cut content. Although there is a cut content version of her called the Thumerian Bride. It is identical to the Thumerian Queen, which you actually fight. At this point, I'm kind of hoping that one of them I pick will actually get my character stuck. Perfect fitting for a character I don't play anymore. But that doesn't appear to be the case. This is a different conductor. Hopefully this will yield better results.